All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome to your final scheduled session, 4-day weekend of the Petaluma Fairgrounds Advisory Panel. We're going to have a great time together this weekend, 4 full days. I'm excited. We have big plans in store, and thank you for showing up again and for being with us for 4 full days this time. We're just so incredibly grateful for you dedicating this amount of time to the process. So we have a lot to cover in our kind of introduction today. There are a lot of process things and logistics things, and we're getting started a couple minutes late, which is fine. Waiting on just a couple more people to trickle in. But I'm sure what's probably burning for most of you is curiosity to see the principals report, which you created at the end of last session. And we emailed it out to everybody, and you'll see that there are a few copies around the table right now. We're just gonna start off by showing you the principals report. Sorry, don't worry about finding it right now. We're just going to tell you a little bit and then display it on screen. The reason why every single one of you doesn't yet have a beautiful color printed copy is because we're still collecting votes from just 2 of your fellow panelists who weren't with us last Saturday. We really want everybody's perspectives captured before we release the final report. And at that point, we will print gorgeous color copies for every single one of you. Hopefully that's tomorrow morning, but just didn't want to do that until it's final and includes everybody's voice. But this is the report in its current state, very, very close to final. And so feel free to pass it around, but we'll also share it on screen and just show you what it looks like, what you've done, and I'm going to ask Lynn to come up and talk a little bit about it once he gets it up on screen.
We might need another minute on that because something has happened.
Okay.
The gremlins are out and getting warmed up for the weekend.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll come back to that and start off with another couple things. Let's talk about your agenda today. So this weekend, we're going to be following a very similar process or variations of the process that you did last Saturday on principles. We'll be brainstorming, sorting ideas, revising ideas, and then prioritizing. And today, we're going to go back to options. Site use options. So you just worked a whole lot with values, and today and tomorrow and the next couple days in different ways, we're going to focus on what should actually happen on the site. So what are our actual options moving from values? So what this looks like today, just at a high level, we're arriving, we'll do just a little warm-up activity on kind of group dynamics, since you're going to spend a lot of the weekend in small groups. Then you'll get to do a gallery walk of just what's already been brainstormed from back in the June weekend on options. Then you'll review one additional survey and the equity survey that you saw last time to inform your options brainstorm. You'll have more time in small groups, and then we'll open it up to open work time, in which you'll get to move around the room and kind of review all of the information that you've gathered so far, the whole process. It's been a lot. Some of it was 2 months ago now. So you'll have time to refresh your memory, to dig into new documents, and generate new options from all of that content. Then you'll have an opportunity to generate a few questions for decision-making entities, if you'd like to, and we'll send those over to them this weekend. And then after lunch, we'll come back and have an equity listening session So representatives from a few community organizations will be here to speak to you about their perspectives on the site and options you might consider for the site. We'll debrief that. We'll do a little energizer after lunch or after the break, and then have another activity at the wall where you walk around, can sort things, add comments to things, very similar to what you did last weekend. And yeah, we'll do a little bit of duplicate removal, and then tomorrow we'll do a whole bunch more with the options wall. So that very much doesn't end today. All right. Going a little out of order here, but Lynn, would you talk a little bit about the guiding principles report?
Yes, and I think I'm going to do it from over here just so I can kind of scroll through it real fast. So, as Alex mentioned, we sent you this by email, and there's a few copies floating around. We didn't make copies for everyone, but we will. And it's on the website as well, and it's been sent to City Council, I think, on Tuesday as part of their prep for your final presentation to them on Monday, this coming Monday. And essentially it just starts out with some background of stuff that you all already know, how the process happened to get to this point, and notes about how the voting happened. And then it starts off with your principles in order by most support over here on the left. You can see the score, which is sort of an average essentially of all of your votes put together, and you can see a little pie chart of how it broke out. In case of this first one, 26 folks thought it was strongly agreed with that, and 3 somewhat agreed, and 0 didn't know or were neutral, etc. And Alex, shall I read through a few of the top ones? Or I think maybe just show that this exists and that there's a few that are around for right now. The purpose of this, one of the purposes, as you may remember when we set this up, was that this is really a document a tool for you all to sort of know where your fellow panelists stand on these sort of basic issues, so that as you're designing and thinking about different kinds of more practical considerations, that you can refer back and point to these as, okay, this option satisfies principle number 12 and 17, etc.
Thank you. Are there any questions about kind of the purpose of the guiding principles report, the format? I want to also reiterate that all of this is exclusively in your own words. That italic section at the beginning is just a little bit of preamble from us about the process, but says nothing about the content. All content is exactly what you wrote on those slips of paper. Yeah, Tina, you have a question?
I just confused about what the weighted score is. Is that sort of like a median or a mean average, or how does that?
Oh, it looks like the audio is not coming through, but I think I could repeat your question.
Thanks. I have a question about the weighted score. What is that? Is it kind of like an average or a median?
Yeah, great question. That's the average of, you'll remember that the strongly agree corresponded to 2 points, somewhat agree was 1 point, disagree, or neutral or don't know was 0, disagree, -1. So that's the average of those scores. So the total, for the full panel divided by the number of panelists that cast votes. Yeah, Jared.
So I noticed on the principals, when we first had them up, that Speedway was on there, but it's not. I didn't see it.
Oh, can you get a little closer?
One of the principals was Speedway, and it's not there. I didn't see it. Do you know what happened to that as a principal?
So I think, let's see, does anyone remember what happened there? I think there was some categorizing at the end there. Yeah, Rebecca?
Yeah, I believe, I wasn't in that group, but I heard him talking. They incorporated it into the history and the keeping things the same and that sort of thing. They put it under that umbrella, as I recall.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah. Deb?
As I remember, someone said that it was more of an option than a principle, and so I think it got moved to the options. That's what I remember.
Does that help, Jared? Okay. All right. Yeah, and a reminder, too, that anything that got moved over to the options parking lot last Saturday is now up on your wall to work with throughout this weekend. Okay. Wonderful. Lynn, would you pull up our presentation? I'll try to run through that pretty quickly here. All right, one more thing we can do while that's getting sorted still, no worries at all, is Monday, as you know, there's a city council meeting where you all are the stars of the show. You'll be presenting to council. The entire council meeting is dedicated to you and your process and your recommendations. And we'll be talking a lot more later in the weekend about who exactly wants to volunteer to give that presentation. But our hope is that even folks who aren't delivering the recommendations will be there to answer questions from council and participate. So just scheduling wise, I know that might not be possible for everybody, but it would help the city to know just a rough estimate of how many people are expecting to be there. So can I just get a show of hands, how many people know that they are planning to go to council on Monday? Okay. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, fantastic. That is really helpful. Thank you so much. Great. And want to let you know now as well, we've been working to schedule, oh, you have a question, Grace?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Where it will take place?
Will you get a little bit closer, please?
Where it will take place, the session with the
Yeah.
the city of Petaluma, over there or over here?
Yeah, at City Hall. The question was, where will it take place? Is that what I'm...
Yeah.
Okay. What are you saying, Chrissy? Oh, okay. Yeah, at City Hall. Yeah, and we'll make sure everyone has exact, address and directions that day. Perfect. Yeah, Deb.
I was wondering if we could know who's on the city council panel, the presentation panel.
You mean
Subcommittee,
which-
subcommittee.
Oh, subcommittee. So this will be a presentation to the full council.
I was saying, we have our subcommittees.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if we could know who's on the city council one or the presentation one.
Oh, so actually that won't be determined by subcommittees. That'll be a different process. Anyone who wants to volunteer to deliver the final reports can volunteer, and if we need to choose among folks, there will be a randomization process, of course. So we'll do that kind of later in the weekend once you have a little bit more sense of what those reports will be. It's can be hard to volunteer before you know what they'll be. So, but yeah, not limited to the Policy Impact Committee. Yeah. All right. So I wanted to let you know we've made some headway in scheduling a presentation to the Fair Board as well. And it's looking like that presentation will be on the 20th. So more details to come on that, but just to kind of file that away at this stage, we want to make sure that both of those entities, the City Council and Fair Board, get your presentation. And so we'll follow up with more details about that, and it'll be a very similar format, I believe, presentation. Okay. Lynn, okay. We've got our handy-dandy, trusty process diagram here, as you're very used to seeing by now. Just to point out where we are in this final session. And you're doing kind of 2 reports this weekend, although don't worry, they're both not as big of a lift as the principal's report was. It's going to feel like one process throughout the weekend, not 2 different processes. But you'll be working with options, and then later you'll be gathering those options into kind of visions for the site, or bundles, what goes together. And towards the end of the weekend, you'll be really starting to seek agreement and merge around particular visions. One thing to point out, though, is that for today and tomorrow, you're really still in this mentality that we were in last Saturday of you're on the same side of the table, looking at all of the options that are being considered and trying to improve all of them. So staying in this kind of non-judgmental space, brainstorming everything under the sun, kind of taking in all of the information that you've gathered from the community, and then tomorrow afternoon, you'll have a chance to prioritize in that same kind of individual voting way. And then later on, we'll do kind of more, you'll be invited to be more judgmental, right? Do more expressing of your opinions. Of course, that's welcome at any time, but there'll be more of an attempt to create agreement, to seek agreement across groups. All right. Lynn, can you let me know if I think kind of already went through the other process diagram.
Oh, yeah.
Am I missing anything?
Sorry, I should have put that up there.
Okay.
No, I don't think so, other than to just point out that our designer and Alex have worked on this beautiful diagram to show, it's messy over on the left, brainstorm, and then it gets sorted, and then things get revised, and then things get prioritized. Essentially, more rounds of the same song that you practiced last week.
Cool. And then, Lynn, can you talk, actually, let's talk about the document library in the next activity. Actually, okay, one more announcement. I knew this would be a long one. Thanks for hanging in there with us. Very excitingly, we have Casey with us again today. Casey Bull. Yeah, she deserves a round of applause. And Casey has a couple of updates about exciting things that are happening today that will involve new faces being in the space with us. So Casey, do you want to talk about that real quick?
Sure. Thanks, Alex. Don't know where to stand here in the light. So we have a couple of exciting kind of public outreachy things happening this weekend. The first one is today and tomorrow in the afternoons, we are going to have what we're calling dignitary days. We've invited any city staff, elected officials, or press, members of the press, to come and have an introduction to what these kinds of processes are. Okay, so sometimes we'll be in the room watching you. Sometimes we'll be in the other room having general presentations. But just so you know, if there's a few extra faces in the crowd or you see city councilors here, that's why they're here. On that note, you all have an opportunity to talk to them if you'd like. If you'd like to share any information or what your experience has been like on the panel. So if you're interested in doing that, we have a sign-up sheet in the back, and it says, Chat with Dignitary Day guests, okay? If you'd like to chat with them, share what your experience has been like, go ahead and sign up there, and depending on how much interest we have, we'll figure out when you're going to talk to them and how, okay? Any questions about that opportunity? That's right. Thanks, Alex. Those would be during breaks today.
Once we talk to them, where does that go? Does it just go to the city, or where does our interview or our experience go after that?
Great. Thanks, Tricia. So this is mostly just going to be a chance for you to share with whoever comes. We have a list of RSVP'd guests. Some are city councilors, some are press. We have one person from the fair side so far who has also RSVP'd, but it won't go anywhere and it won't be recorded. It will just be a time to have a conversation with who has RSVP'd.
And maybe helpful to note there, this is really about your experience of the process, not intended as a space to kind of give your ideas about the topic or recommendations about the fairgrounds. These are folks who are just really interested in this kind of democracy. They are very likely folks from out of the city who don't know much about the fairgrounds and are just thinking about using this process in their home communities. That's kind of the idea. So not about the topic or the content.
Yeah. Thanks, Alex. Thanks for that clarification. Lena, I saw a hand over here.
Do we have the list of names available?
I can get that for you.
The list of affiliation too?
I can get that for you if you're curious. So come talk to me at some point back here, and I'll get that. Great. Okay, perfect. We have another opportunity to talk about the sign-up sheets. That's right. For the City Council meeting on Monday, we would like to put together a short video that talks about just your experience on the panel. You can talk about what it's been like to go through this panel process, and we're going to record very short, 30-second videos. Whoever wants to can do that, and you can say whatever you'd like. Again, it's more about the process. And if we have a lot of folks who want to do that, we're going to prioritize the videos of people who can't be at the council meeting. Okay? I think we can handle at least 15, but we want as many people as they want to record this video. So we have another sign-up sheet in the back. Okay? Those will happen during lunch, right after the panel, or right before the panel. Okay? We'll be doing this afternoon and tomorrow morning at lunch, so that all of the videos can go to our translator and our web designer to put the video together for Monday night. Okay, any questions about that? Okay, wonderful. Both sign-up sheets are in the back, and if you have any questions, feel free to come ask me.
Thanks, Casey. And thank you all for being willing to share your stories with so many folks. There are a lot of people, just reiterate, that are really, really interested in what you're doing here. And we're so grateful for you sharing whatever you'd like to share with them. Okay, that was a lot of talking. Thank you for your patience at 9 a.m. We're going to transition now to something that I think is a little bit fun. I love a good personality test as someone who's obsessed with human behavior. So if you look, everybody should have gotten 2 handouts at your place setting this morning. First one is the cognitive biases that you saw way back in May. We're not going to do anything else with those today, but we just had those printed for you and hadn't yet given them to you. So that can be a handy dandy reference for what those biases are. But the one we're going to turn to now is the one that says personality styles at the top. And so as you all have experienced, I'm sure, in many aspects of life, and definitely last Saturday, people participate in groups in very different ways. And this process is moving more and more into small group work. And it's been a little bit since we've talked specifically about group dynamics. So just wanted to turn our attention back to that for a moment. And I think this activity is kind of a fun way of of bringing light to that, how we're all different, we have different styles, and we bring different talents and skills to, and just approaches to working together. So what you're going to do, you'll see that on the one side of the sheet, there's a ton of adjectives in 4 columns. So flip to that side. Actually, don't read the dove, owl, peacock, and eagle quite yet. I should have said that. Flip to the side that's the test, the dope test. Right, and what you're going to do is follow the instructions there. Robert, would you mind if I borrowed yours forgot to grab one? So reading horizontally on each line, you'll mark the word on that row that best describes you out of those 4. Okay, so just go down row by row and mark, you can circle or highlight the word that you think fits best. And at the very end, you'll tally each of the columns. So we'll give you about 5 minutes to do that, and then Peyton will lead us in a little discussion. Oh, here, that's for you. Okay. Yeah, let us know if you need a pen.
All right, now take about 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes, and we're going to go ahead. Maybe 2.5. 2:45. How we looking? Give me a quick show of hands. You need a little bit more time. Ooh wee. All right. This ain't the ACT or the SATs, y'all. Alrighty, you should be tallying up right now, and don't worry about reading through the personality types yet. We're gonna read through all that together. So, show of hands, who's at the tallying phase or who's done? Alrighty. Alrighty. About 45 more seconds, would that work? I see people tallying. Alrighty. You don't have to stop. It's not pencils down. It's not the end of the world. But if you would just go ahead and the tallying, how it works is you just count up how it is at each column. I'm sure we've been able to do that. And jot down the number at the bottom. And then the number that is your highest is it's a correlation that you most likely have. So we're going to go ahead and flip to the other side that says personality styles. And we're going to read through that together. We're going to see what we can learn about ourselves from our friends in the sky. So the first personality style is dove, right? The peaceful dove. Would anybody actually like to read? You can unmute your microphone and read the dove. Do I have a volunteer to read dove for me? Nobody? All right, I'll read. Thank you. Oh, do you have your microphone?
The peaceful dove. The dove is people-oriented, loyal, friendly, hardworking, and a great team player. Dove is diplomatic, security-minded, warm, reliable, and soft-hearted, but tends to avoid change, confrontation, risk-taking, and assertiveness.
Thank you very much. Can somebody read owl for me? I'm going to just start calling people. Thank you.
What I'm here for. The wise owl. The owl is logical, mathematical-minded, methodical, and sometimes seen as a perfectionist. The owl can be slow to make decisions and inflexible if rules and logic says otherwise. Owls are not big risk takers, but love detail. They are intellectual, analytical, systematic problem solvers, concerned with the facts, process, and perfection. They want to know the who, what, where, when, and why.
That was perfect. You just messed up on one part. It's the who. It's an owl. Yeah,
Thank
one
you for
job.
catching that.
All right, who's going to read peacock for me? Who's my peacock? Oh, that's our peacocks over there, the vibrant ones. There we go.
All right. The showy peacock. The peacock loves talking, being the center of attention, has passion, enthusiasm, and is happy, optimistic. Peacocks can be accused of talking too much and aren't good with detail or time control. Can be undisciplined, social butterfly, spontaneous, people person, ideas person, delightful, and persuasive.
Thank you. And eagle. Thank you, Tina. Go ahead.
Eagle, the bold eagle. Eagles are dominant, stimulated by challenge, decisive, and direct. Eagles can be blunt, stubborn, can lose sight of the big picture, and can be insensitive to other people's needs. Eagles are natural achievers, leaders, controllers, direct, orientated towards productivity and goals and bottom line results.
Thank you, Tina. So now what we're going to do is we want you to just take a couple minutes with your partner and share a little bit about what personality you are and what you've learned from that. So just go ahead. We'll take a couple minutes, find a partner right next to you, and share a little bit about what personality that you most relate to. Alrighty, if your partner hasn't began talking, it's probably because you're a peacock and you need to stop talking. Let your other partner share. Let your other partner share. Just make sure that everybody's talking. So if you haven't shared about yours yet, go ahead and start your share. Alrighty. Come on back to the main group. Come on back to the main group. I'll start doing bird calls if that's what it takes to get y'all back. There we go. They're my owls. Alrighty. Okay, all right. So we just want to have a little bit of a large group discussion about how that was. So please take the time, think about it. What did you learn about yourself from this activity? Yeah, here's some laugh. What's the laughter about? What did you learn from yourself from this activity? Was there anything interesting or that surprised you?
So I'm an owl, is what I found out, according to this. But it was interesting because there's parts of the other animals that you're like, well, that kind of applies to me too. So even it's interesting, but it's like, to me, it doesn't all fit in the one box. Because, I don't know, in all honesty, there was some words that, like, I didn't really like any of the choices. So I sort of just went with, like, least offensive on there kind of thing. So, you know, maybe that kind of dispersed the response.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any? Okay, I see 1, 2, and then 3.
I found it really interesting that, like, reading the descriptions, I would have thought that I was the 2 that I had the lowest total on, and then going through the list of things, I was very evenly tied with the other 2. So, I mean, I'm arguably almost exactly tied with dove and owl first, and then slightly lower peacock and eagle, and that's just not what I would have thought. And so the way it's broken down in a more detailed sense really makes you look at why you think that you identify with the ones that you don't when you look at the description.
Yeah, following up on what she said, I kind of found it interesting because I'm kind of across the board. I'm like 1 point away from 3 of them. So it's kind of showed me like I'm kind of all of them besides 1, which I guess makes sense. The main one was eagle.
I think it's a very, it's a terrible test actually, because like for instance, on the other side, the way it describes eagle are dominant, right? Yet dominant is on the owl side. You know, I don't get it. And on the owl side you have outspoken, forceful, decisive, strong-willed, which I think are eagle characteristics. So I wasn't very happy with the test.
You send it back. And what was your main personality? Yeah, okay. Makes sense. So one more question, and this is really kind of bringing it back to center. Whether you agree with the test or not, or whether there were some things that you learned, how do you feel that this is going to affect the way that you are working in your groups? How may these show up in our group dynamics?
You just don't want to put us all in one category, so don't put all the doves together and all the owls together, right? Because you're going to have problems.
Anyone else?
I just think it's interesting to look at the traits that you see in yourself and just be aware of them. And if you know that you're, you know, domineering or whatever, to try to be a little bit less that way, if that makes sense.
Yeah. How else might this influence the way that we work together in our small groups? Take 2 more, a couple more, then we'll.
I think it shows that different people communicate differently. You know, like the peacock liking being the center of attention and liking to talk versus an eagle who likes to be, you know, direct, probably concise. They're both going to communicate very differently, and they could get on each other's nerves probably. You know, if an eagle feels like a peacock's talking too long or not getting to the point, it could be frustrating. So just being mindful of different styles of retaining information and communicating people's thoughts.
Thank you. Tina.
Yeah, just to kind of dovetail on what she mentioned.
Dovetail. I got it.
What Jasmine was just saying, to show tolerance, respect, and, you know, broad spectrum, you know, just a broad spectrum of feelings for other people in their sharing styles.
Wonderful. Thank you, Tina. And so just to wrap up this session here as we're getting ready to transition, can we just do a quick show of hands? Who scored highest in dove? All righty. Let's take a look at your neighbors. Who scored highest in owl? Who? Who scored highest in the peacock? There we go. We got one. Come on. We got. And who scored highest in eagle? Greg. Alrighty. So just take a look around and know who's in the room, know who's in the flock, right? And recognize that we all are here for similar goals and similar purposes, right? And we have to show respect for our different communication styles. So thank you guys. Give yourselves a round of applause for this personality test. And I think I'm going to pass it back over. I don't know. I didn't take the test, but. Yeah.
Yeah, put the timer on him. Oh, thank you, Peyton. Alrighty. So, our next activity is getting to dive into options a little bit, but just a light dive. Maybe it's not a dive. Maybe it's like putting a foot in the water. As you'll see, we're using the sticky wall again today. And I think as I mentioned earlier, currently everything that's up there is way back from the June 17th through 19th weekend. So some of you, or not everything, most of the things up there are from that weekend. Some things you added last Saturday and have been put up there as well. So this next, we're just going to take 10 minutes to start out here, just because it's been a while, for you to just read the wall. So I know it's going to be really tempting to start moving stuff around. I love the sticky wall. It's so much fun. And just trust we'll have a ton of time to do that over the next 2 days. For now, we just want to kind of refresh. What are options? What are some of the site use options that have been proposed already? And just read what your fellow panelists have written and start thinking. Right after that, we'll go into small groups and you'll start to do some more brainstorming and generating new ideas. Let's see here. Anything to add?
I don't think so, other than I feel like maybe we should divide groups so that folks could go directly into groups.
Great
Just saw
idea.
that as the next thing, and we
Awesome.
can be efficiently move from one to the next. So, yeah, all right, super. So let's...
Question
Yep.
first. Yep.
The principles and the big, huge packs of, do they exist still somewhere?
Yeah, of the final principles that were on the wall last week. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you want to reference them, come chat with me.
Sweet. Okay.
That's pure gold. We would never get rid of them.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Okay, let's do 1, 2, 3. Darby's not here actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to here is group 1. 2, 4, 5 to here is group 2. 2, 4, 5 to here is group 3. 2, 4, 5 to here is 4. I didn't do that right, did I? I know, apparently I do. All right, let's try that again. Let me start with 4. How did I do that wrong? Yeah. Yeah. Apparently not the analytical one that can do math. That's for sure. Okay, thanks. I know. That's great. Let's do it that way instead. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1. Start with 1 again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5. Perfect spot. Awesome.
Our version of running laps.
That was the most complicated of that.
All right, thanks for that. So remember your number. We'll make sure that all of the small group tables have numbers. And yeah, that's great. In about 10 minutes, so this clock is so hard to read. At 10:15, make your way, and we'll remind you, but start making your way to your small group tables. So for now, you're just reading the wall, and we have one question. From Liz, yeah?
Is the small group a 6 or am I a 2 and I go to table 2?
You go, yeah, whatever the number you just said is, you'll go to that numbered table.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So if you don't remember your number, you could ask your neighbor. That's a great plan. And it'll all work out. You'll be fine. All right. Enjoy the wall. Back at small group tables at 10:15. Ooh. All right. I hope everyone has had a chance to read what's on the wall. Please now make your way over to your small group tables. Moderators, please claim a table once panelists filter over here. Time for small group tables, whatever your number was. Oh, actually, you'll have some more time later if you could just join small groups now. Okay, that would be a great thing to ask your small group about. Yeah. I think that's what someone else shared. I didn't share that, but yeah, that's a great thing. And if it's not up here, then yeah, feel free to add. Yeah. All right. It's time to move to small group tables. I know. That's totally fine. Yeah, and this isn't not everybody submitted them, so we'll have tons of time for brainstorming. No worries. A lot of people don't have options up yet. Yeah. Okay. A lot of people haven't even written them up. wanting there to be like some groovy background music.
Definitely
Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah.
Let me know when you want to be. Hey, Joe.
Hi. Is there another copy of the equity survey? I think it was here last weekend. Oh, we have it? Yeah, totally. There is. I'll grab that. It was a handout. Totally, totally. We haven't, have you already gone on iPad? Right. Brief little announcement here. Mods, feel free to move on to the next activity. I'm going to be passing around with Jill the results of the survey to stakeholders on site use options. So this is another tool for you all. Collected some more options from stakeholders over the last week, and feel free to peruse this survey as well.
groups, feel free to start putting things on the board if you'd like. Break time will be at 11:05. That clock is a little ahead. All right, everyone, it's break time. Break time for 15 minutes until 11:20.
over. Let's meet back. Oh no. If everyone could meet back in the large group, we're just going to do about just a couple minutes of instruction before this next fun, very free-form activity. Folks outside, break time's over. See you back in the main room. Come on back to the large group table here. Anyone at small group tables, bring all of your things back over. Yeah, back to the large group table. Back to the large, yep. That'd be great, thank you. Back to the large group table. Back to the large group table.
Yeah,
I know. It'll be the train of, you're trying to send them, I'll try to send all, Lynn will come over and yell at me. All right. Yeah, go ahead and bring all of your materials back if you haven't already. If you're here and don't have it, don't worry about it. Just get instructions first. Where on earth did I just put my thing? Alrighty. Okay. So we're just going to spend a couple of minutes in the circle right now, just giving a few instructions. This next, basically from now until lunch, is going to be a really free-form activity. So as I teased this morning, you're going to have some space to just review kind of all of the information that you have received so far in this process in order to continue to develop your options brainstorm. So there are a few suggestions, ideas for this activity. And let's see, is there a flip chart ready yet with those information sources on it? Peyton, would you mind bringing that one up to the front? Or Susie, thank you. Okay, so since we've been at this for 2 months now, we just kind of wanted to remind you of all of the things that you've gathered. Thank you, Susie. I'm sorry. Yeah, I appreciate that. Should keep one stationed up here. So here's a little list. It's not necessarily exhaustive, even, of all of the things you've received and done. But first, you'll remember way back on our May weekend, you were introduced to some briefing materials from the city and from the Fair Board. Feel free to go back, read those, read them with an eye towards site use options, perhaps. And you also received stakeholder statements from members of the Informational Advisory Committee, which are all in the intro tab, I believe, in your binders. You saw many presenters, many presentations. You can review their slides. We'll have some copies of those slideshows as well. And I should say each of these will be a station in the room. So folks who want to kind of review or talk about city and fair briefing materials, you'll be back at that table right behind Rebecca. Folks who want to review presentations, there's a little station for you there. We'll put out some extra copies of things. If you want to watch any of the presenter videos all over again, there's live stream. You can set up a laptop for you. Just let us know. You just spent a good amount of time with the equity survey and the stakeholder survey. You're welcome to go back to those. Maybe you've done your own independent research. Bring that in, talk about it with other panelists. The community exchange, we're gonna have, the graphic recording up on the screen here, and all of the butcher paper that was on your tables at that event, where you captured more detailed notes. So feel free to review all of that and glean site use options from it. And then your notes. I'm assuming you have, like me, scraps of paper filling your binders in random nooks and crannies. So think about your own experience with the fairgrounds, your own thoughts, what you've discussed with others throughout the process so far. And then document library. So outside at a station is a bunch of the documents that you all have requested we find for you. Lynn has been doing an amazing job tracking down those documents, printing them. They're all in separate binders. So a couple of them, multiple tabs in those binders, but it should be legible. We'll help you if there are any questions. And we have extra laptops as well. So if you'd like to do your own research, look into other things, feel free. So the basic idea for this activity is that you just get to move your body wherever you want to in the space. This isn't going to be heavily facilitated. You can use this time as you please. And at any point, you're welcome to create new options and put those options on the wall. You're also welcome to leave sticky note comments on other people's options. You're welcome to start moving things around, putting like with like on the wall. So it's truly choose your own adventure. Okay. Oh, and a mod will be at each of these stations, just in case you have any questions about what we're doing, timing, kind of helping people share airtime. Feel free to also form ad hoc groups if you want to discuss other things. Just try to keep it focused on generating options. Okay. Oh, and one last piece. We've teased that, actually, this doesn't go fully towards lunch, or until lunch, because we'll come back at about, about 12:15, and do a little exercise that's generating questions, in case you have questions still for the city or fair board. We'll send those over to them. No guarantees that folks will be available to answer them over a weekend, but we want one kind of final opportunity for you to do that. So keep in mind during this process too, if you have any remaining questions, note those down, and there will be a very quick dot voting process right before lunch, so we can know what questions have the most, not support, but the most people curious about them. Yeah, question, Tricia.
The previous questions that we either emailed or different panelists sent in to get answers either from the city or the fairgrounds, where can we find those questions and answers?
Yeah, so any questions that came to us, which was kind of the invitation, was to CC us on any questions that went to either of those entities by individual panelists. Those would have been printed out. I'm not sure if we've actually been CC'd on any of those or included. So the very strong recommendation is that anybody who has received information from any outside source, if you forward it to us, we'll print it out. We'll make sure that the whole panel has access to it. So still, if there are any of those left hanging, feel free to email us now. We'll get them printed because we want everybody to have all of the information that any one panelist has. Yeah. Is that clear, Tricia? Okay, cool. Awesome. Any other questions about the format of this activity or any of the information sources? There'll be a couple of these up just for your reference here and one back in the back of the room. Okay. Oh, yes, Jasmine.
Just to clarify my understanding, so we're going to be looking at these different sources of information so we could come up with more site use options and then put them up on the board if we find them.
Yeah.
And they're not already there. Okay.
Yep, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Time to review, read, take your time to process as well, but that's kind of the objective of the activity is getting more things on the wall. And if you're kind of done with that, again, feel free to start moving things on the wall, adding sticky notes to the wall with comments. Just of course, as always, don't take anything off the wall. Yeah. Okay. All right. Have fun for the next 45 minutes.
so feel free to do it. Yeah.
Thank you.
For sure,
It's a
absolutely.
ridiculous thing to have to ask for every time.
Sorry, I
Totally my
haven't
bad.
told you that.
No, no worries. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Alrighty. Gonna make our way back to the large group, please. Nina, are you ready to kick off for the big group? Thank you. No worries. Always takes a little moment. Yeah, totally. All right. Let's get seated. They've already got him. Yep, thank you, Susie. Hey. Alrighty. Was that useful for folks? Had a little chat. A few people said it was, maybe a little too much time. What did others think? How was it from like right amount of time and helpful to not so much? Okay. More time needed. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, you're totally welcome. We'll leave these stations more or less set up. I mean, the document reference library might move, but we'll let you know where it moves. So you're welcome to keep revisiting all of that throughout the weekend. That is yours. And as a reminder, all of the documents that are there are also on the website. So healthydemocracy.org/Petaluma. And there's a links section down at the bottom. Should be very clear documents requested by the panel. So you can have everything in digital form as well. And just let us know if you need more copies of something, we can print. Oh, I'm so sorry. If you need more copies of any of those documents, feel free to let us know. Okay, so our last tiny activity before lunch, and lunch looks really good. Thank you to Grace, who did all of the prep for this weekend before she left for this trip, of hers that had been planned for a long time. She misses you all. She wanted us to tell you that. But for the next 10 minutes, you have a chance to write any burning questions that you have for the city, the Fair Board, and for that matter, anybody else. You're welcome to write a question to somebody else. Just if we have their name and contact information, we'll send it to them. Again, it's a weekend, no guarantees, but if you have one, please write it down on the sticky note that's on your table tent. If you want to write a second question, totally fine. Raise your hand. I'll bring you a second sticky note. And just give a couple moments for that. And then we'll pass them up to the front. And you have 3 sticky dots that you can put on the questions you'd most like answered. So give a few moments. If you need a second sticky note, raise your hand. Yeah. If you don't have one, that's also perfectly fine. Maybe when you've written your question, feel free to just raise the sticky note up and I will come collect it. And thank you for the reminder, Mary. Please write your name just in case we have questions for you. Thank you. Just first is fine. Yeah, feel free to raise the sticky note in the air when it's ready. Actually, if I could get a mod to help me with that as well, that'd be awesome. Muchas gracias. Thank you. We'll just no. Let's just put them in rows, and then we'll have gaps across, and then yeah, we'll draw lines in between them. I think. Oh, is this yours? Can you write your name on it? Just first name. Thank you, Greg. Any other finished questions? Yeah. Name there. Maybe just do 2 or 3 per. You're gonna have to mill around and hard to. Okay. Any other questions? Uh-huh. Oh, thank you. Let's get. Yeah. Yeah. Pull that off. Thank you. Yeah, pull that one up, and then can Ahmad grab me another flip chart easel, please? Oh yeah. Oh, thank you. Yes, very important reminder from Jared. Please make sure you write who the question is directed to. Does anyone need to change theirs? Question for both. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Final call for questions. Excellent. Yeah, and if you need to come right on yours with any revisions, that's fine. Oh, is it here? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah? Thank you. Phil just reminded us Thank you, Phil. Just a reminder that the live stream is recording here. Hi, live stream. So, what's that? Oh, is Grace watching? I don't think so. I think she's having a different kind of fun. So only if you'd like to be on the live stream should you stand in this zone, just as a reminder for your privacy. Celie, did you hear that? Alrighty. Thank you, mods. Okay, so in our 5 minutes before lunch, you're going to take your sticky dots. The colors don't mean anything. It's just one dot, one vote. So please feel free to use all 3 dots, same as usual. You can cast all 3 of them on the same question. This is just telling us what we should prioritize first in case these folks have limited time and might not be able to answer every single question. Okay, any questions about that process? Hold on one more moment. Okay, since we'll go straight to lunch from this activity, just wanted to say one final thing. Reminder to please sign up for Talking with Dignitaries today. We've got a few signups there, but especially even if you're going to council on Monday, we would absolutely love to have you in the testimonial video. See a few folks have signed up. Thank you so much. This is a very casual thing. You're going to be talking with Casey for 30 seconds. She'll have an iPhone, nothing super high tech, just a chat with Casey. So nothing to be intimidated by. And so if you'd like to sign up at lunch, please do. Yeah, I think with that, unless there are any announcements from staff, we'll go, yeah, feel free to cast, oh, was that something, Susie? Thank you, awesome. Okay, so Susie just shared that when you go to lunch, the folks with dietary restrictions, gluten-free, it's on that side of the table. So towards the mods, that side of the table is for folks with dietary restrictions. As always, please save that for those folks to serve themselves first. Okay. Drum roll and dot vote. Yeah, Patty just had a great question. If you're someone who needs a little bit more time with these questions and would prefer to do this during your lunch break, that's totally fine. We won't send these until after lunch today, so feel free to take a little bit more time and make your way out to eat some food. Hi, Phyllis and Hanan.
Hello.
Hi. Thank you so much for being here.
Hi.
Welcome.
Yes. Are you Alex?
I'm Alex, yes. And again, they'll be coming and observing a little bit more of the process this afternoon. But for the next hour, we're extremely fortunate to have a panel of speakers, kind of a little bit different format than back in May and June when we had speakers speak for 10 minutes and take questions. This is a listening session, specifically in response to some feedback that we got from all of you, that you were curious to hear more from communities that may not have been as represented in public processes in the past. So a few of you specifically wanted to hear more from BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color, youth in the Petaluma and surrounding areas, LGBTQIA folks, and low-income communities. And we have an amazing panel of folks who is willing to come and speak to you today. Each presenter is going to have 3 to 5 minutes to share some ideas, some of their perspectives, and then we'll do a joint discussion, Q&A session all together. So I'm just going to tell you who's in the room. We have a few folks joining us over Zoom and a couple folks in person. Not everyone is able to see everyone, so we're just going to do the best that we can. And then one group has also submitted a video presentation, but won't be here to answer questions. So our lineup, before I turn it over to our first speaker, we have Joe Sanchez. Joe, if you could wave your hand on the Zoom camera, with the Coast Miwok Tribal Council of Marin. We have Phyllis Taji. Did I say that correctly?
Perfect.
Good.
Thank you.
With the Sonoma County Japanese American Citizens League. We have Hanan Hunaidi, who is the president of Petaluma Pride. Hanan, if you could wave. Thank you. After Hanan, we'll have a video from the East Petaluma for Quiet Neighborhood Coalition. And then we'll have Elizabeth Escalante joining us here in person, who leads the Asian American Pacific Islander Coalition of the North Bay. And last but very much not least, Roy Cabrera, who is the owner of El Roy's Express Mex food truck. So thank you all very much for being here, and we're going to start presenters. I wanted to remind all of you together that this meeting is being live interpreted. So we have fabulous interpreters working with us who really appreciate, thank you. They deserve a huge round of applause. So to please remember to keep your cadence just steady. You don't need to be extremely slow. Just take natural pauses, breaths as you speak, and we will let you know if they need a real pause. All right. So without further ado, we'll pass it over to Joe Sanchez with the Coast Miwok Tribal Council of Marin. Joe, go right ahead.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Joe Sanchez. I am from the Hukuiko Band of Coast Miwok Indians of Marin County in southern Sonoma County. The Coast Miwok people have lived on this sacred land for thousands of years in relative peace with our neighbors to the north, the Pomo, and to the east with the Wapo and Wintun people. There was a large village here in Petaluma. In fact, my great-great-great-great-great-grandmother, Tecupsi, and my great-great-great-great-grandmother, Tesupu, were from Petaluma. So I have a direct connection to this sacred land. Tesupu is the Coast Miwok name for wild cucumber, from which a poultice can be made from the juices of the plant to cure boils. A medicinal plant, indeed. Petaluma, the Coast Miwok word, means sloping ridge, named after a hillside on which the village resided. The village was actually located about 3.5 miles northeast of present-day Petaluma and east of the Petaluma River. The people resided in tule huts made with great care and precision. There were enormous herds of deer, elk, and antelope in the Petaluma Valley. I'm having a little problem here. In the Petaluma Valley, as well as groves of valley oak and black oak trees important for harvesting acorns, a staple of the Coast Miwok diet. There was a great abundance of food and water to sustain a rich and meaningful life for the Aboriginal people of this sacred land. Try to imagine what looked like a black cloud moving in the sky in your direction, a mile wide and 6 miles long. What could it possibly be? Of course, you've never seen this in the present time because it doesn't happen anymore, but that cloud was composed of monarch butterflies. Think of flying ducks and geese so plentiful as to block out the sun for hours at a time. Think of a land peaceful and quiet, but with the laughter of children playing with each other and women weaving baskets so beautifully done that the Tsar of Russia coveted them so much that now many of them are on display in the Museum of St. Petersburg, Russia. Petaluma was located on a timeless trade route, and with its ample supply of elk and deer herds and acorns from the oak trees, the people of Petaluma were in a position to trade with others for what they needed or lacked. Petaluma was indeed a thriving community. Coast Miwok people lived in a matriarchal society. It was the women that chose the leaders of each village. It was the Mayan women of the village, the head women, who chose the chief or tribal leader, who was more of a moderator that helped settle disputes. Women, as the givers of life, were highly respected and had a strong voice in all tribal matters. In the 1820s, a third of the people of Petaluma had died in the last 10 years because of European diseases, which the natives had no resistance to. In 1938, the village was abandoned after the smallpox epidemic. Things are much different today. What I would like to see for Petaluma is cooperation and understanding, and an effort to live and share the beauty of the sacred land in peace and brotherhood, and think not only of yourselves, but also of the plants, vegetation, and animals that have no voice. Personally, I would like to see the plants brought back, trees brought back, and a way of life that is beautiful and in harmony with nature. This is something that my people lived with continuously for thousands of years in peace and in harmony. We had no word for war. The war was non-existent. There were disputes, but they were never carried out to any extreme. If a life was taken, it meant that the person doing that had lost the sacredness of our people. It was a show of what can I say? Just the worst thing that you could happen or you could be. So we look for a land that is beautiful, open, and still can contribute to a peaceful way of life. So I'm very happy to be here with you today, and I hope you can gain a better understanding of who my people were and what this land was like before the Europeans came. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing, Joe. Much appreciated. All right. Next, we have Phyllis Taji with the Sonoma County Japanese American Citizens League. Phyllis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alex. And I'd like to share my screen. So, let me see here. Oops, sorry. That work for you?
It looks like we're not seeing it.
Uh-oh. Okay, I'm sorry.
No problem. There we go. Perfect.
All right. Is that good?
Yeah,
Okay,
perfect.
so, okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this subject. I've been a Petaluma resident for over 30 years, and on behalf of myself and the Sonoma County Japanese American Citizens League, the JACL, I'd like to present a short background on the Japanese American farming community in the area and my vision for the future of the fairgrounds. A little bit about me. I was born in San Jose, and I grew up on a farm for the first 13 years of my life, where my dad grew prunes and strawberries. After that, we moved to Santa Rosa, and we no longer had a farm, but my dad his friend with their landscape entries in the Sonoma County Fair Hall of Flowers for decades. But my favorite thing to see at the fair has always been the livestock. And fast forward, it's been a dream come true for me these last 9 years to be able to volunteer every weekend for a horse ranch in the Petaluma area that cares for rescue horses. The Japanese American families arrived in this area as early as 1913. Families like the Miyanos, the Ishizus, the Otanis, Fujitas, Matsumotos, Kawaokas, Tsujiharas, Yamasakis, Moritas, Uedas, and Kamaokas, all Petaluma families. There are over a dozen Japanese American families farming in the Petaluma area through the years and for generations. And there were many more when you consider the Pengrove Katati area, some growing produce, but most of them in the egg business. So when you talk about the egg basket of the world, these families help contribute to that. I envision the future of the fairgrounds property to be an inviting gateway to Petaluma, with city resources available to visitors and residents alike, and with an homage to the roots of Petaluma. This homage should include a recognition of the indigenous Native Americans on whose ground we stand and who tended the land long before any immigrant settlers arrived. Also recognizing the diverse backgrounds of the farming families in the area and their contributions. The property would be a good central location as a hub for city services situated in the center between east and west and close to the freeway. A civic center offering pathways and park-like open spaces can be used for emergency staging areas and events like Petaluma Night Out, while still embracing and promoting our agricultural roots and being a gathering place for everyone. I think it's important to keep the ties to the land and encourage future generations to continue that. So thank you for seeking out the voices that many times are not heard and giving the public an opportunity to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Phyllis. Thank you for that. All right. Next we have Hanan, President of Petaluma Pride. The stage is yours.
Hi. Hi. Thank you so much for inviting us to participate. I am the president of Petaluma Pride, and our mission is to build an inclusive and safe community for all LGBTQ++ community members. We will serve as a cultural presence, raise awareness and visibility, and celebrate diversity through outreach, advocacy, and the hosting of community events in order to create a welcoming and safe home for all Petaluma and its vicinity. And our vision is a community where people of all sexualities and genders are welcome.
Hanan, can you please slow down for our interpreters? That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. In summary, Petaluma Pride was initially founded, essentially the focus being to create safe spaces for youth in particular. As we know, there is still a lot of misinformation and a lot of people who still would wish us harm. And Petaluma is such a wonderful community. We really wanted to make sure that young people in particular were able to see themselves reflected in the community. I had noticed a few years back that during Pride Month, okay, I'm sorry. I had noticed a few years back, as did some other community members, that during the traditional month of Pride, which is in June, there were no rainbows, no signage, anything celebrating Pride, and we felt like it was really important to bring that presence to our community. We are currently planning Petaluma's very first Pride for October. We chose to do it in the month of October after speaking to a lot of community members, counseling with Sonoma Pride, because June is pretty inundated with Pride celebrations throughout the Bay. We're planning on having a nighttime parade, a light parade, and hoping that everyone will come out and participate in the festivities. We've also been doing monthly events. This year was also our first time in Butter and Eggs Day and our first time tabling at Sonoma Pride. So we're a very young board, and we started just before COVID. So it's been a little bit hard for us to get on our feet, but we have some amazing board members, Delinda Fisher, Caitlin Quinn, to just name a couple. And so we spoke at our meeting about what things we would love to see the fairgrounds being utilized for. Since our heart is really with the youth, we really are hoping that there can be more free youth activities being hosted at the fairgrounds. And as a high school teacher, I taught at Petaluma High. I have always felt like there's really not enough for the youth in the community, so it would be really great to have more going on. We would also love to see more cultural events happening to reflect our diverse community. We would love to see the fairgrounds being utilized as a gathering space for the entire community, a place where, with a space for our service providers, and our government services can be housed, as well as all the various nonprofits. It would be great if Petaluma Pride could have a little office on the fairgrounds, if it could be a hub for all of the good work being done in our community. And also we have a large Latinx population that I think, generally speaking, has been underrepresented in our community. It would be really great if there was more opportunity and space for that particular community to be celebrated and platformed. So anyways, thank you so much for inviting us to participate.
Thank you very much, Hanan. Thank you all for being here over Zoom on a Friday afternoon. We're going to turn now to our folks in the room. Next, Elizabeth Escalante with the Asian American Pacific Islander Coalition of the North Bay. Go ahead and unmute your mic, and you have the floor.
Thanks. It's a little bit easier to unmute on this than it is on Zoom. Thank you for having me. So again, I am Elizabeth Escalante, one of the co-chairs of the API Coalition of the North Bay, and also general community member of Petaluma since 2008, and have found Petaluma to be a home for me, and one of the places I've lived in it the longest, ever since moving out of San Francisco from where I was born and raised. When I first came to Sonoma County, at least at that time back in 2008, I knew like I knew like with folks such as myself as a Filipina American woman, there weren't that many folks like myself or that I could find or see myself in, even going to even a diverse schools as Santa Rosa JC and then eventually into Sonoma State. And immediately and still to this day, there is, we are still working towards that recognition of API history in Sonoma County. Our place in the agricultural history as well. And even in just these most recent years, learning about where Petaluma was cultivated from Filipino American farm workers alongside Japanese American farm workers, Mexican American farm workers, and history that I've only learned about just recently. Not back in 2008 when I first arrived here and didn't really know or understand like what could be my place in Sonoma County. My vision for the Petaluma Fairgrounds, I could see, where we would have that safe space to, not only to just show our presence in the community, like we're actually out here. We do have API people that we can turn to collaborate, to celebrate, and along with all of these other groups, such as the ones that have already presented before me. That centralized safe space, where we can all acknowledge and reconcile with the past. But especially when we talk about Petaluma heritage, history, and honoring that, I would love to see that celebrated throughout our own diversity here in Petaluma. And some of those things specifically, I have looked at other ideas from, other folks in the community. As mentioned before, having a civic center, a little spot for, or even a larger space for, all of those in Petaluma to share together. So that true blue communal space that, that could be for everybody. And also just, and also speaking on, the side for the youth, now probably the youth meaning maybe 40 and under. And just, I think we all know this too, whether you are a renter or you are paying your mortgage. I think we can all acknowledge that the lack of affordable low-income housing in Petaluma is, something really quite glaring. And even thinking about possibilities of where we can bring more of those projects forward, where when we speak with developers or our own planning commission with the city, what would that look like? Even within the 55 or some odd acres of land there on the Petaluma Fairgrounds. And I'm also speaking to you today as an educator, and I am a special education teacher with Petaluma City Schools. And with that being said, with affordable housing and really just the cost of living in Petaluma, I personally know of, many of my own colleagues as well as myself who love this community and love teaching in our schools here in Petaluma. And I personally don't see myself anywhere else. One of the harder things, though, is I'm getting by just fine, being a renter in Petaluma, striking a good deal. Petaluma City Schools, not exactly the highest paying district in our county. So teachers are already barely struggling to survive, well, quite a bit of us.
If you could just wrap up your thought. Thank you so much.
So what can we do to, maximize the potential, of that land use? So, and considering that for the more diverse population, and not just speaking, ethnicity-wise, but also for our, all workers. I hope that is something that's going to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Really appreciate your time today. And our last speaker, before we move over to the video that's been prepared, thanks in advance tech team, is again Roy Cabrera, owner of El Roy's food truck. Roy, you have the floor. Yep.
Exactly. Is it okay if I stand?
Absolutely.
First off, can everyone hear me? First off, I want to say thank you for your time, as always. Anyhow, to start off, my name is Roy, owner of El Roy's Express Max food truck, Petaluma. Pretty much, I just wanted to say thank you to you guys and for the opportunity. I mean, I speak to Petaluma, not only the panelists. I started in...
Do you mind just slowing down for our interpreters?
Sure.
Thank you.
I started in Petaluma.
Oh, and speak louder.
Sorry, guys, I'm a great cook. I don't really do this a lot, okay, guys? So I'm very new to this. Thank you. Thank you. So started in Petaluma in 2007, and thank you to you guys in Petaluma. Pretty much we've been growing and growing slowly and surely. And we have built a name, and with that name has came a lot of new faces, a lot of community. For those who don't know us, we started on the corner of East Washington and Lakeville, on the corner of the Craftsman Flooring Store. From there, the place got a little saturated, and the fairgrounds opened up. Pretty much an opportunity for us to conduct business over at the fairgrounds. And at the beginning, I was like, okay, well, this is going to work out, you know, bigger space or whatnot, but maybe we might slow down. But believe it or not, I started to realize that a lot of people from the west side really didn't come over to the east side. So it became more of a connection, a central connection for Petaluma to really unite. And I started to realize how important. I was like, wow, not only for us or my business, and thank God for the 70 employees that I have on board and their families that we all live from the community, which they provide us, you know, clientele and business. But the fairgrounds really does a lot, you know, for Petaluma. And I really think, for example, like when there's fires, evacuees, just a lot of things that people are like go on with their daily lives and kind of don't realize. But those evacuees have to go somewhere. When disasters happens, unforeseen planned things, they got to go somewhere. And that's the fairgrounds. Part of that, again, I will say is that Allison Keeney and now the CEO at the fairgrounds, Christy, we have been a type of company to them, and to, for example, if they need help, sponsors, hey Roy, listen, we got a bunch of evacuees coming in, we got animals that are hurt and volunteers. I'm always open to say, hey, how can I help? How can I help? And what more than provide them good, delicious Mexican food, right? I think you can never go wrong with that. And I do it with all my heart, I really do. And not only that, but I will say this, Petaluma has been amazing. The fairgrounds has been an opportunity for us. Again, you know, it's providing, you know, all the people that I have on payroll, we're generating taxes, we're generating income, and it's really working out. And for me, it's really essential for my crew and I to continue to be part of that family that we have grown. I'm a tenant there at the fairgrounds. It's very important for me to be to continue to be a part of that, you could say, culture, pretty much, how do I say this? The family that we became at the fairgrounds. Now, after hearing everybody on Zoom and there's a lot of activities that everyone is planning to have on the fairgrounds, which is amazing. And it seems to be that it's really going to be a huge hit. But there's going to be a time and place where people are going to get hungry. And I would love to be there. I would love to continue to be there, you know, and provide. Not only that, the last thing I will say is very important is we see about 300 to 400 people a day on a good day. Every kind of ethnicity, culture, everything arrives. However, I have noticed that on the Latin community, it has become more of a central spot where to go, conversate, kind of, you know, see faces around. And I think this would be a great opportunity. You guys as a panelist, I'm bringing up an idea. How could I be used? How can I use my the crowd that we have built to get that message out there. Hey, the fairgrounds is going to have an activity. The fairgrounds is having whatever X amount of events going on. We have that opportunity to say, hey guys, before you have a great day, just want to let you know the fairgrounds is going to have this. The fairgrounds is going to do that. Sure, people can read it on the email. Sure, people can hear it on the radio, which is very great. But that face-to-face contact and letting them know, and for example, us and that huge clientele, the Latino-based clientele that we have, that sometimes, I'm not going to say has been around, but really hasn't paid much attention or hasn't been educated as to really what's going on in Petaluma, other than, okay, I'm going to work here, I live here. So I probably missed a lot of point, guys, but you guys know where I'm at, and I'd love to explain more what I want to say. Thank you very much for everything.
Thank you. Right, yeah, round of applause for our full panel of presenters. Thank you. Oh, and now we'll go to the video. That's right. So the last piece before we turn it over to Q&A with everybody who's here in real time was a video submission from the East Petaluma for Quiet Neighborhood Coalition. It's about 3 minutes long, and they are open to receiving questions via email if anybody has questions for them that can't be answered in the Q&A session. Okay.
One thing we're all in agreement on is how great it is that we have this fair here, and it's a gathering spot for the community. It's a place to celebrate Petaluma history.
But I think something could be done about that sound.
And when we first moved here in 1985, I thought I heard drag racing on Eli, less than a block away.
We thought race cars were going down our street, so we called the police.
Okay, we'll restart.
One thing we're all in agreement on is how great it is that we have this fair here, and it's a gathering spot for the community. It's a place to celebrate Petaluma history.
But I think something could be done about that sound.
And when we first moved here in 1985, I thought I heard drag racing on Eli, less than a block away.
We thought race cars were going down our street, so we called the police, and they said, "Oh, it's the racetrack in the fairgrounds."
So we moved to Petaluma in 1986. I was nursing the baby in the bed in the summer with the skylight open. There was this horrible noise.
It's a screeching, dinosaur fighting kind of sound that just carries.
We were in our house, windows closed, and the house reverberates, it shakes. You can't escape the sound.
If we're trying to decide if we're gonna eat dinner outside, we don't just check the weather, we check the noise. It gets loud out here.
And sometimes it's so loud that we cannot even speak in a normal tone of voice. We have to yell to be heard.
When you've got races running 7.5 months out of the year every weekend, that has got a significant impact on your property values. It has to.
We love taking our grandchildren to the fair. We don't love the speedway noise.
I'd like a welcoming gateway to Petaluma.
East Washington is the gateway to Petaluma. Make the fairground beautiful.
A permanent farmer's market, art show.
The Civic Center, because it's so centrally located.
Live Oaks, that I know would do well there. Community center, bicycle racing track.
Housing for workers.
A YMCA, it's great for seniors and the younger kids.
A community evacuation center for fires and earthquakes.
I wish there was a park near my house.
It could be this, great bridge between the east and west sides and kind of the center of our whole town.
All right. Thank you so much again to all of our presenters and folks who submitted information. And panelists, I'll remind you, you're welcome to ask any questions at all of any of our speakers today. For folks on Zoom, unfortunately, they won't be able to see you just because of the way the webcam setup is, but we'll relay, make sure you're mic'd and they can hear you. Feel free to direct it to an individual as you're used to doing. For folks in the room, that will be easy. And an invitation to think about how this informs your work on site use options. So feel free to use this Q&A session however you see fit. This is really an opportunity to gather ideas that will feed into the process that you're working on this weekend. All right, and I believe Lynn is going to lead us in our Q&A session that involves those fun playing cards we used way back in May. All right. Okay, we've got a slightly different system for you this time. I'll pass it over to Lynn to explain.
You know, cards. We've learned things from the last time we used cards to select folks. So I'm going to just shuffle these and then hand them out. It's going to be pick a card, any card, and go for it, please. And then we'll start from the diamonds, I think, with whoever gets the ace, then the 2, then the 3, then the 4, then the 5, etc. Onward. One per person. So as we're passing those out, think of questions that you might like to ask of anyone. And as Alex may have said, of course, as always, very welcome to direct them toward a particular person or toward everyone, and everyone gets a chance to answer. All right, who has the ace of diamonds? Two of diamonds? Yes, would you like to ask a question? You can totally pass, as always. Pass. For right now, the 3 of diamonds. Come back around. No questions. 4 of diamonds. Awesome. Maybe we needed to shuffle some more.
Hi there. I had a question for Roy. I wanted to know how you were finding out what events are happening at the fairgrounds and how you would then tell everybody that those events are happening.
As of right now, the CEO, named Christy, she's telling us what events are coming up, priorly to the date. But again, that is a great question. I guess when the time does come to whoever is running the fairgrounds, if either it's going to be the people who run it now, which is the 4th district, or again, I'm just getting informed of how this is working. I don't know if the city will be the one running from now on, but I assume they will give us an agenda of what's going on, and it gives us enough time to us let our customer base know exactly, with time to promote it, or not even promote it, just pretty much educate them or let them know, get it out there.
All right. The 5 of diamonds. No questions? 6 of diamonds. No questions. All right. 7 of diamonds. slightly skipped a few people. There was a shuffle in there. 7 of diamonds? Or 8? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. 9 of diamonds? Oh, okay. 8. Go for it. Go for it.
Roy, I also have a question for you. So in our discussions, what's coming up is this idea of the city keeping some of the land and the 4th DAA also keeping some of the land. You said that when Christy tells you about evacuations and whatnot, you're always saying, what can I do? Fabulous. That's awesome. Can you tell us, how does she come to you and say, how can I help you? Or maybe explain, has your relationship with the 4th DAA been advantageous for you?
So Christy and I either we speak face-to-face, and generally it's more through email. She'll say, hey, Roy, and again, she's fairly new. I had a lot of communication, again, when the fires were happening, when the former CEO, Allison Keeney, was there. And the way her and I would go about this was she would come up and say, hey, Roy, we have X amount of animals coming in, and then we have X amount of volunteers coming in. Would you be able to help out? And it was a no-brainer. Immediately I said yes, absolutely. Especially with evacuees, when, again, no one foresees this happening, people coming in, and you just have a bunch of people coming in, filling up the parking lot, filling inside. And it's pretty much, I mean, I would, out of myself, it'd come out, it'd come out of myself, again, kind of not waiting for her to tell me, how can I help out? Because again, I'd like for somebody to help out me or my family in need. So it's one of those things that it kind of comes out of ourselves. And again, we're very thankful, I could say, with Petaluma. And again, like I said, we're trying to build within the community. I mean, my kids go to school here. I live here. You go to Boys and Girls Club down the street, I have a banner that says, we support future champions. So we're giving back to the community because they're giving us. So that's just the type of company we are. Now, as in relationship of them giving back to us, I guess the way I take it is the opportunity they give us to be selling or conducting my business on the property is pretty much more than enough for me at this point. And that's how I see it.
Thank you, Nick. Let's see if I can count now. Having trouble with math this morning. Now it's just counting. 9 of diamonds. Go for it.
First of all, I just wanted to thank all of the presenters today because I feel like this is a really unique and beautiful thing that we're getting multiple voices. I have more of a comment than a question. I just wanted to say, hearing the different histories of the Miwoks and the Asian Americans was just really interesting to me, and I didn't know a lot about that, and now I want to learn more, and I'm very thankful that you came today.
Ten of diamonds. Oh, is that? Yeah, Lena, did we pass you up? Oh, you've got it. Great. Go for it.
This question is for Joe. And when you're talking about restoring the land and bringing back the trees and stuff, is it your intention to ask for the land to be given back to the Miwok, or to just come and resettle it as a park, or what?
To resettle it primarily. There are people who wish to give us land back, and that is something that's very important to us because we do want to have a place to hold ceremony, to have dances, a sweat lodge, an arbor, a roundhouse, where we wish to go back to those ways before, long time ago, actually. But that's still very much a part of who we are. And so, yes, we would definitely love to have land back. We have people who are looking to do that for us. We're extremely grateful for that opportunity. And perhaps one day we will have land back.
All right, Jack of Diamonds? Queen of Diamonds? King of Diamonds? Go for it. Oh, talking to the mic, good.
I want to clarify. If I ask this question, I don't get to ask any more questions? I need to know.
I think we will probably, well, it depends on how much time we have left in this section.
I'll pass.
I think probably not. All right. Ace of Spades. I think we had spades in there, or two of spades, three of spades, two of spades, three of spades. Do you have a question?
I want to thank the presenters for coming in today. It was really great to have different perspectives. Let's see, my question. First of all, I appreciated hearing what the noise level is like in different parts of Petaluma. Just you get to see just how widespread the noise pollution is experienced. So that was really helpful to understand. The other thing, I wanted to, point out is that we voted, to the presenters, we voted for principles last week, and what the group stands for, we each had a vote. And one of the things that got the least number of votes, shockingly, was that housing is a human right. And I thought, really? You're disagreeing with the fact that housing is a human right. And Elizabeth, you brought up housing as important to the community. Just curious, what your response is to the way the panelists responded to housing as a human right.
Yeah, so in addition to some of the other hats I wear, I'm also the vice chair of the Commission on Human Rights. And one of our stances on that is that, yes, absolutely, that housing is a human right. A human right to, of course, to live, to have shelter, to, have those basic essentials for every person to have that equal chance to, to live, the most meaningful life that you can have. And even having that humble reminder of the, the Maslow's needs of the hierarchy triangle I'm going to refer to. For any human being to live, you need safety. That is the basic element that you must have before, moving into other tiers of your whole being. Meaning you need food, you need water, you need shelter. And us as people who have those means to provide that, to have this beautiful community, right? And when we say a beautiful, community, this inviting gateway to Petaluma, I mean, that could obviously mean a lot of things. Like, we can interpret, what does beauty mean? And we can even think of that as aesthetics. We think of that as, how, the community responds to each other. And really, how we interpret that, I think, that, we can see it in all of those different meanings, where if, our, code of standard of an inviting, warm community in Petaluma Yes, I do absolutely believe that would mean doing our part to have anybody here in Petaluma who chooses to live in Petaluma to have that opportunity to be able to live that meaningful life, even if that means providing the basic, food, shelter, warmth, water, and what they need to make it here. I probably could say a lot more to that, but I'm glad like we were able to discuss that. So thank you for that question.
Four of spades. Oh, two of spades. Sorry about that. Sorry I passed you up, Tricia.
I do have a question, but real quick in response to the housing as a human right and the panel voting upon that and it coming in last as far as principles go, I think we also have to remind ourselves that those principles were directed towards the fairgrounds property and not necessarily housing as a human right. So panelists might have been voting to that being that they didn't want housing on the fairgrounds property. So I just wanted to put that piece out there. But for all the presenters today, I know that the fairgrounds has held and continue to hold different cultural events. And I'm not sure if any of you guys have reached out to the fairgrounds in order to hold your culture events there. Has that been a possibility for you? Have you communicated with the fairgrounds at all in order to hold events there for your organizations to maybe have a community event so the community gets more awareness to your organizations?
And anyone want to take a go at that first? That was directed toward anyone, I think, in the group here.
We have not. This answer, Petaluma Pride has not. We're planning on having an event in the downtown west side, but we would be happy to.
Anyone else want to answer that question?
Same with, sorry.
Oh.
Phyllis, was that you?
Go ahead, Phyllis. Yeah.
That was me. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, just real quick to answer that question. Same thing, no, at least the API Coalition is a very young organization. But no, we haven't personally reached out to the fairgrounds to say hold an event, though it's still in the works right now of, what could those events be? I guess to the own question, I'll say, out loud and thinking about it too. Sometimes we also consider costs as well to rent a space or to, because I know for sure not everything is going to come for free, but sometimes money funds that could be an impacting issue if ever. But I would be curious to know more to what that would look like.
All right, Phyllis, did you want to comment on that one?
Oh, well, I was going to say that's a good suggestion to utilize the area like the fairgrounds more like that. And our organization, the JACL, hasn't asked to use the fairgrounds because in the past, since 1934, there's been a Buddhist temple in Sebastopol, and it's not just a religious structure, but it's a cultural hub for many of the old Japanese American families that live in the entire Sonoma County. And so we've been used to using that gymnasium there for our events, larger events. But it's a good suggestion to better utilize the fairgrounds like that. Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll go, being told that we have time for one more question. 4 of spades. 4 spades? And you're good? Okay, 5 of spades. Yep, go for it.
This question is for Elroy. I'm just curious about the process of obtaining use of the site. Was it competitive? Were you competing against other food trucks? And have you ever known of discussions of having more food trucks on site alongside yours?
Great question. So when I was presented to the fairgrounds as a tenant, not just more of a farmer's market thing or something like that, part of the negotiation there was to, again, I was, when I was started there, part of the question was, how did we want to operate and how do we want to go about? And the question that arise is if I was open or kind of like a food truck type of event thing. Again, it started to get really messy because you're talking more liability, you're talking more, pretty much everyone wants at the same time, okay, you're going to have 3, 4, 5 trucks that are Mexican food, Asian food, American food, pizza, and then everybody wants it. So it became a discussion, and I was asked that, how do we want to go about that? At that time, I did say, hey, listen, I would like to be exclusive and start it off and see how it goes from there. And as you can see, it has pretty much grown. The spot grew. And the question has been asked, hey, Roy, listen, you got more people wanted to put food trucks on this property. And because pretty much right now what the city is doing is there's a place called The Block in town, Petaluma, which is a great place. And what they're doing is they're also providing places where food trucks can go just kind of, because many food trucks companies don't want to be in one spot all the times. They want to do breweries, they want to do farmers markets, they want to be kind of all over the place. Meanwhile, my vision was just to be in one spot all the time and actually grow a clientele base that I could come in and I could see you and shake your hand and know you by name, not just business. So, I'm sorry if I got a little relevant in there, but anyways, it's more of the process was pretty much, since it's ran by the 4th District, they gave me the option if I wanted to be exclusive, and I took that right, and I said I'd like to do it and try it out. And at this point, it's more of the liabilities and legalities of how it would work out, because if I start taking it, it goes by spaces or what I want to, even when the big events happen, I have to sign waivers, I have to go and add them to my insurance policy. And that's where it really, I wouldn't mind, but that's where it really starts to get messy. What if someone from that event gets hurt? Or what if they bring on someone who's selling food out of their trunks? They get sick, now the health department's going to go after the one vending there, which is going to be me. How I have all my credentials and everything in order. So that's why it's not really been the fact that I'm not open to competition, because I think competition is good for everybody. But however, it's more of the legality side.
Thank you. Afraid that's all the time we have for questions. It's make it very, very quickly, Jared.
All right, thanks. This is just for the presenters that just spoke. Right now, we just learned through this process that the fairgrounds, the 4th District, is really, really affordable. So don't be afraid to reach out to them. They're really not expensive to rent there. That's all.
Thank you. And thank you so much again to all of our presenters for coming and taking the time. We really appreciate it on a Friday afternoon. And panelists, feel free to thank them again. All right. And folks on Zoom, feel free to log off. We'll close the room. So appreciate you, folks in the room as well. And sorry, you can't all wave. And I'll be announcing the next activity. So thank you, and feel free to make your way on out. Bye-bye. Thanks for being here. Okay. We asked. They're too popular. Alrighty. So panelists, Panelists and moderators, hang on here and okay. I'm so sorry. We got to get to the next. Thank you. I'm hooked on those burritos too. All right. So our next activity, I know you've done a lot more information intake than we have in a little while. And as you know, we try to always have a good period to debrief information. So you'll go back into small groups, your same small groups from this morning. And if you don't remember what group you were in, moderators, please try to help us out. And before getting up, your invitation is to, as you can expect, debrief what you just heard in the listening session and continue generating options. There might also be some things you want to debrief from the information that you gathered before lunch. So moderators will do this until 3:05. We'll break at 3:05. Alrighty, folks. Got a couple instructions for you, if everyone could just finish up their conversation. I feel that. All right. If you can hear me, and you can snap once. If you can hear me, snap twice. Ooh, I like that better than clapping. All right, I have two things. One, we're about to go on break, and you'll come back to these groups this afternoon, so just hold your conversation. I'm going to go on break for 15. There are 10 of you that have volunteered to speak with the dignitaries over in classroom 6. So when we break, just come up to me and I'll walk you over there. For folks who put questions up on the board, I was just typing those up. There are a few that I have questions about. The ones I wrote question marks on, if their authors could go up and just make sure that you wrote your name on it, that you wrote who the question is for, and if I circled a word there, I don't know what that word says. If you could write that word again. Would greatly appreciate your help with that on the break so we can get those questions to the folks they are intended for this afternoon. And I think that's it. 10 people to go to classroom 6. Come join me. Everyone else, enjoy your break. Oh, until 3:20. Hello, 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 hello. Anyone who's in the room, yeah, thanks, Jill. If you could rally folks outside. Yeah, intentionally gave everybody a few extra minutes of break. And we actually have a little bit more time to not do terribly complicated process things right now, because as you'll notice, 10 of your colleagues are over answering questions from our visitors. So wanted to just take about 5 to 10 minutes here to just get our bodies moving and get the blood pumping. So anyone who wants to participate in just a stretch circle, I'm going to go around and everyone can suggest a stretch for the group. I know I need that. It's purely selfish. And then whenever we're joined back by the rest of the panel, we'll dive into the next small group activity. So anyone at small group tables who'd like to join us, come on up. Also optional if you don't feel like stretching. Okay, Lynn, do you want to propose the first stretch? And I think this doesn't have to be on the live stream, right? We're just moving our bodies. Come on back and join us in the large group, please. All right. Anyone coming back to the large, coming back to join us, please, let's convene in the large group. See a couple panelists back at the wall. We're going to be there in just a moment. If you could first just join us here for a couple very brief instructions. Thank you. All right. If you can hear me, snap once. If you can hear me, snap twice. I love this. Okay. So, welcome back, everyone. To folks who were in the classroom with our visitors, don't worry. All you missed was a little stretch circle, so please stretch on your own time. Stay mobile. They're all just sitting. So our next activity, and some of you already got a head start on this earlier today, is just as we did last Saturday, should come as no surprise, we're going to start sorting the wall. So throughout the day, you've had multiple opportunities to add your site use options to the sticky wall back there. And in this next just 15 or 20 minutes, kind of a short round, just have another opportunity to put like with like. It's going to be our main focus right now. You can also continue to add if there were new pieces of information that you've discovered recently. You can also always add, do I have everyone's attention? Sorry. Thank you. You can also continue to add sticky notes. And as a reminder, sticky notes are intended as questions for the author about that option, questions or comments on that option. For options, you've seen there's also a new prompt, which is to add detail. So there are a few different boxes about what kind of space does that option require, when does that option take place, and are there any other considerations that should be noted to really specify what it is. So please feel free to add. And a general principle for working with options that's a little bit different than working with your guiding principles is that we're not trying to combine very much for these. So more differentiation, more variety in options is fantastic. We're not going to force to merge these. If they're different ideas, they'll stay different ideas, and that's terrific. But again, your prompt for the next few minutes here is just put similar things together, and that'll help you in your next activity really determine whether they're exact duplicates or not. Jill and Peyton are still stretching back there. This is hilarious. No, sorry to interrupt. Any questions about this activity? Yeah, Tina.
I just have a quick question about putting like with like. And I know that people have different perspectives. Like one person might see similarities, someone else may not see it as a group together kind of thing. Should we just leave it as is if that's the case?
Yeah, one thing I've offered in the past is you can, if there are kind of two clusters emerging and there might not be consensus on whether they are similar or not, or whether two options within those clusters are similar, just move the entire clusters together. So it might be a table later on working with both kind of constellations of ideas, if that makes sense. But yeah, also just no need for the clustering, the sorting to be perfect at this stage. do a lot more with that tomorrow in multiple rotations of small groups, just like you did last Saturday. Any other questions about what we're doing now? Okay. So we'll take about 10 minutes. Am I getting that right, Lynn? 10 minutes for this, and then we'll meet back in your same small groups from this morning. Okay? All right. Enjoy.
Is this on? It is on. Ooh, it's on. All right. If I can have everyone's attention for a moment, I want to try the snap. The clapping has never quite worked for me, but if you can hear me snap once, if you can hear me snap twice, if you can hear me snap 3 times, I know, if you're talking while you snap, that is like something that I would do. And I hear you. Okay, so here is, based on feedback from a moderator just now, which is fantastic, and why there are so many qualified people in the room contributing ideas. Slight change to what we were going to do next, but not a big change. We also had a request from a couple of panelists to have more time to just like talk about your insights from the day. So I want to respond to that as well and make sure that you have enough sort of free debrief time. So here's the plan for this next section. If you're in groups 1, 3, or 5, you're going to go up and stand by your place on the wall, and the group numbers are reappearing. The wall has been sort of loosely divided into 6 buckets. Just, you know, they're not buckets for any reason. They're just to get an even number in each one-ish. So go up and stand by your group number if you're in groups 1, 3, or 5. If you're in groups 2, 4, or 6, come to the small group tables. I know. Coming for me. All right, now groups. Fantastic. Oh, just a moment. Oh yeah, I know I'm not snap again. I should have given all the things at once. So if you're at the wall, your objective right now is to look for duplicates, like exact duplicates, or things that are very close, so close that you think reasonably these are the same thing. There's really no difference, meaningful difference between them. And to combine those. But let me remind you, this is different than principles. It is better to have as much diversity as possible. You're not going to split votes later or anything like that. It's better to have, so if there's a slight variation, if one is just, you know, a little bit different, keep them separate. But if they really do need to be combined, then do just like you do with principles, combine them with tape and write a new one that combines them. All right? Now hold on just a second. For group folks in 2, 4, and 6, your objective is just to debrief the day a little bit, have a chance to share what you learned earlier on during the free work time, any new information that's emerged that you want to share, any new insights from the last bit of the day as well. And feel free to keep adding stuff to the wall. And then we'll switch spots in just a little bit. Okay, go. All right, I see a switch has already partially happened. That's great. If we can move towards switching, the groups that were up at the wall, come sit down at your tables and debrief the day, what insights you had. Groups at small group tables, get up and look at your place on the wall to remove duplicates or combine them. All right, come back to your small group tables, group 6. High fives all around group 6 and group 2. Nice. High fives all around to all within all groups. When you get to a stopping point in your discussion, waiting for. Nice. Sorry to rush you. Just want to make a couple quick announcements so folks can take off and we don't keep you. Hooray! Thank you for a first day of this long weekend, and thanks for being here. Yay! Woo! And way to go! I was just up here with Alex a moment ago. We were like, it's getting real. It's getting real. There is real stuff up here. It's super exciting. And yeah, thanks for all your efforts today, reading and talking and all this stuff. Just a few quick announcements. So back here tomorrow at 9, obviously, and same deal on Sunday and Monday. Just a couple things that we missed this morning. So the first thing is just a reminder of sort of what somebody reminded me to take this off when I'm away from people. Hopefully that's easier. Okay, cool. Keep forgetting. So just a reminder of sort of where we're headed, where you're headed with all of this. You saw, I think many of you, you all saw what that values or the principles report looked like. And your pathways report will look fairly similar. It's sort of, these reports are just kind of check-ins throughout the process, and really they're all leading to this final thing that you're going to present on Monday. But just so you know kind of where this is headed, the idea is to do a similar thing with options that you did with principles. You'll work on them, groups will rotate, work on them some more. There won't be so much combining, as I mentioned, but there will be a lot of editing and working and filling in more of the details about what these are. And then there'll be a prioritization where, just like we did before, the little bags and the little numbers. And then on Sunday, you will have a list in front of you of a prioritized list of what all these different options look like. In addition to some visions that you each will individually draft, sort of tell your own sort of story in just a few sentences about what your overarching kind of vision is at that point. If you don't have one at that point, that is perfectly acceptable as well. And those two things together are what you will use to start to work with each other to build what we're calling bundles of options and visions into final recommendations. And that's where all the work that you've done so far will all come crashing together. And you'll be working together to negotiate what are the most, potentially supported collections of recommendations. With room at that point for folks who may be in the minority to express their views on whatever issue as well. So that's basically and then that's what the final report will look like. That's where I started. So the final report will be these sort of bundles, these sort of collected recommendations, and you'll vote on them as just in the same way as you've done before, except now you'll be voting on an entire sort of collected, negotiated, kind of complete vision with all the pieces, and on each individual piece within each of those. So you may agree on an overall vision, but maybe you disagree with this one point, and you'll be able to express that. In addition to being able to write in your own words, as I mentioned, your own personal, not shared by the rest of the group, just what you want to say personally. And that's what the final report will look like. I guess maybe I'll just stop and just any questions about sort of where we're headed for the rest of the weekend. Okay, cool. Really welcome your suggestions, and thanks for the folks who made suggestions that just impacted that little change at the end of the day here. I think that was a much better way than how we organized it originally. Just a reminder that that there was a framing question that was put to you by the City Council at the beginning of this process that I think you all have seen, and it's in your binders. And also, you know, that's sort of what the City Council said that they wanted to be answered. And yet, what you put in your final report, or what those bundled, negotiated recommendations, visions look like, is 100% up to you. So you can add things, whatever you want to say, whatever else you feel like fits in there that maybe isn't a direct answer to their question, but you think is also important to say. And let's see. One more just sort of housekeeping thing that folks have asked about. The hours for after July 11th, because we talked about that a bit, how there's hours in the budget for you all to be paid to do stuff after then. And now there's more hours, actually, because we missed out on some hours back in mid-June when we went online. Basically, that's just meant that there are more free-form hours for you all to use. And mostly those hours will be decided, entirely, those hours will be decided by your subcommittees. So in the process subcommittee, you'll be talking about things, processy things that you might want to do with the whole panel. Do you want the whole panel to reconvene at some point in a few months? Or do you want the panel to respond to whatever, or have some kind of process at some point? In the policy impact committee, you'll be talking about your strategy as a panel for how you want to interact with decision makers, how you want to try to, talk about your recommendations and help them have as much influence as possible. In the public outreach committee, you'll be talking about involving potentially other panelists in outreach to the general public and telling your story as a panel to the broader community. And in the evaluation group, you'll be working with researchers and potentially devising your own surveys or other things to evaluate this process or other public engagement. And that's all just to say that those committees will be planning what happens after July 11th and maybe involving, hopefully, in fact, yes, I guess one of our very few requests is that you involve the rest of the panel in something that your committee is planning. And so you may get a notice from your outreach committee that they need everybody, please everybody show up on a certain date a month and a half from now or whatever that is. So the short answer is we have no idea what's happening after July 11th because you all are planning that. Could have just said that probably, but wanted to just remind you that, what the committees were doing, I guess, as well. And I think there's just one more thing for me to say, and I'm probably over time. Just by a minute. And that is, I want to just introduce something that's going to happen tomorrow so that you can just sort of be thinking about it and overnight. So I think we maybe talked about this before, but I forget. There will be an opportunity tomorrow for you all, as you know, we've sort of always been sorting you into randomly selected groups, sometimes with better shuffling of the cards than other times, but, you've been in randomly selected groups, or a few times you've been sort of self-selecting into, we're interested in this topic. Tomorrow there'll be another one of those kind of opportunities at one point, where we know that within the whole panel here, there are folks who feel more or less comfortable, being here and being with other people who, are like them or not like them, or may feel, just uncomfortable being groups like this. So we want to make space for anyone who feels, who wants to suggest what we're calling a sort of a caucus, a group within the group of folks like them. Who, in whatever way you choose. We're not defining that in any way, but it's an opportunity where if you feel like, hey, I'd really love to talk to people like me, in other young people, for example, or whatever it is, we'll put a sign-up list for that, and then we'll organize groups. And this won't be a big part of tomorrow, but just another way to sort of sort the group in case you want to talk to folks who you may have something in common with. The intention here is not to sort into sort of like groups based on political viewpoint, I should say. That's sort of the only restriction, not based on your views, but more on your sort of life experience or identity, etc. What kind of bird? I mean, oh my gosh. Anybody have any questions or other thoughts or anything you'd like to share before we head out? And then I see Ben right over here, survey in hand. All right, sweet.
Okay, thanks everybody. This is the first weekend we have the whole evaluation team here, and we're so grateful for this opportunity to be here. So today and tomorrow we're just going to do the usual end of day survey. So we're going to pass that around. On Sunday we'll also have an end of day survey, and then on Monday we'll have the final post survey. So thank you so much for taking the time to do this after a long day. It's really great